Welcome in, everybody. Hello. Hello. So, I was supposed to show up last night, and I decided to take the night off and just sleep. Because why not? And Spirit was basically stating that any of the collective messages, the channeled messages that I needed to post out, it was basically just a recap of everything that I posted already. It was basically a night for all the people in the back that choose not to listen. I says, well, fuck that. I'm not going to bother then, because the people that just don't want to listen, thinking that I'm stuttering and that what I have to say has no meaning, they can hold on and they can keep that energy. Because at this point, I'm done repeating myself. And on top of that, I was being spiritually attacked yet again. Major distractions. They also sent me sleeper magic. They wanted me to just fall asleep. They wanted me to miss out on the live stream anyway. So, in some respects, I kind of gave them what they wanted, thinking that their magic was working. No. I just wanted a day off anyway, because why the hell not? So I hope you had a good Friday. I'm going to do a bit of a collective message, an opening message. An opening message, collective message. And then I'm going to open up the table. And then I'm going to do a closing message. So if anybody wants to throw in for a super chat with a question, you're more than welcome to. Anybody that wants to throw in a donation to the channel, throw in a super chat and just write donation in that. If you want to throw a donation outside of YouTube, you can do that at Hipsy. You can also do it through PayPal as well. I guess take what resonates, leave what doesn't. Welcome in, Bradley. Welcome in, Ernie. Welcome in, Julie. The Hangman in the reverse. Seeing things from a higher perspective. Learning from the lessons. Raising the bar. This is also about applying what you've learned. Setting boundaries. Seven of Swords, being strategic. I had an overall energy being sent at me yesterday that they wanted me to give up. They want me to give up doing what I'm doing. Want me to pack it on in and just head on down to the ditch. Great Spirit, guards, protectors, angels, ancestors, divine light, please clear this relentless, redundant energy out of my field, please. Let it be eradicated, let it be severed, let it be banished once and for all. They do not have consent to be in my energy. The weather is metapausal here, there, Paula. Very metapausal. 1 minute it's hot, the next minute it's cold. The next minute it's hot, the next minute it's cold. The blessed Mother Nature needs to make up her mind. I don't know who needs to hear this message, but whoever has information on what's been going on behind the scenes, they've been wanting to come forward and tell you, but they've basically been caught up in a bunch of blackmail. They've been caught up in an ultimatum. And the reason why you have not heard anything is because they are scared that they will have revenge retaliated against them as well for telling you. Thing is, this person doesn't want to create drama. They don't want to create any problems. This person is not thirsty for attention. They're not overreacting, and they're not a drama queen. They sure as hell not in denial. They're not contradicting. They're not refusing. They're not dismissing. They are facing reality. They see things for what they are. There's definitely repeated numbers, synchronicities as well. Somebody's wishing that you have no more faith and to take your hope away of ever finding justice. Because they don't want you holding it together. They don't want you getting a grip. They don't want you gaining freedom. They would sooner you trapped up in your head than anything else. The last thing they want for you, collective, is freedom. Yeah, they're trying to chain you down. What's the message, Spirit? They want you crushed. They want you in sadness. They want you having a hugely broken heart and a panic attack. This is a karmic twin flame. This is somebody that you already learned a lesson from and you walked away from them. This is a person you got frustrated with because they weren't willing to heal. They weren't willing to be honest with you. They're out here projecting their obsession onto you, saying that you're the obsession, like you're the obsessed one. You're trying to cling on, you can't let go, you're holding on, da 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 da. And they're projecting. And low-key, somebody's out here shattered because you want nothing to do with them. Meanwhile, they're not willing to speak the truth. They're not willing, they're wanting to keep you in the dark. They don't want to confess. They don't want to shed any light to anything. Which means they don't want to take accountability for their bullshit. Yeah. This is someone that you do not want to build anything with. This is somebody that you do not want to build a friendship with, a future with. This person's been walked away from. You're done repeating these patterns with them. They very well could have cut out their social media. They could have got rid of it. But low-key, they're hiding behind a fake profile. Yeah, they're masking, they're pretending, putting up a front, two-faced. They're not genuine. They could be saying this about you. Yeah. They haven't learned a lesson, they're not transcending, they're not preparing for any type of union, and they're not going into some sort of new phase. Or ascending. But ultimately, I think this is why they're doing all this to you, so you do not ascend. But it's too late. You've already ascended. You've already done the work. You've already made the decision. Yeah, they wanted you chasing, and you're not chasing them. They wanted you to persist in a particular endeavor with them, and you're not persisting. They wanted you hunting them down and being resilient, and you're not hunting them down. They wanted you to be in this obsessed energy collective, so that way they could somehow retaliate against you, but the revenge backfired. You're not plotting payback. You're not trying to punish anybody. You're not trying to get even. You're not retaliating. But that's what they wanted. I think the only way that you're going to actually retaliate is if they reveal themselves. Needing time is now not the time. Time will bring unexpected changes. Yeah. Now is not the time to seek revenge. You're leaving it behind you, collective, as you should. You're not focused on temptations. You're not focused on giving into pleasure. For whoever this is for, anyway. There is something here about a union. Somebody wants a second chance with you, reconciliation, coming back, making it work. But they're not. Apparently now they want to open up. Maybe they want to face reality now. Yeah, they're going to come in and say that they've grown. They feel guilty for doing what they did. Something to do with your childhood, something to do with your childhood wounds, childhood trauma. Yeah, there's some sort of missing pieces that they want to talk about. They want to give you the missing pieces. They see how you can't move forward without it. So, like, what I'm telling this energy, either shit or get off the pot. You're either going to come in and you're going to speak on something or you're not. But it's like somebody wants a second chance, but they're not willing to show up correctly. So why bother, collective? Why bother? Why bother wasting your time, your energy with this person? Makes no sense. What's going on, Spirit? Yeah. There's either somebody here that's wanting you to shut the fuck up and just stop communicating, or there's miscommunication, there's misunderstanding to some sort of miscommunication, or somebody doesn't want to come in and communicate. Yep. They don't want you to go through any type of transition. They don't want you in this nurturing energy. They want you bitter. They don't want you cleansed physically, emotionally, spiritually, or energetically from this. And this is why they're not communicating. Yeah. But you're going to find balance and confidence anyway, despite all this. Like, they thought they were slowing you down. They thought that they were holding you back. But you're going to receive, yeah, they want you going in this cycle again. They want you going through another cycle, repeating old cycles. But they're not willing to see you from a higher perspective. The fact that you are half wild card and half gentle, like you have a compassion about you. The fact that you're living from the heart is significant. And this is why they don't want to bring closure to the situation. Okay? But you're out here a whole wild card. Very unpredictable. And they're out here testing your patience. Yeah. It's because they don't want to take you, they don't want you to take this leadership position. Yeah, they're testing your patience. They want you to lose your patience and they want you to snap out. constantly having you to be dependent. I'm also hearing fighting for your life. They want you oblivious to the signs around you. They don't want you to be able to see the transition for what it is. They want you picking up old patterns and old habits. So that way it thwarts your higher calling. I'm really picking up on an energy vampire. They don't want you empowered because then they won't be able to siphon from you. And I feel that they're already feeling shattered because their revenge is backfiring. Everything that they've done to try to reconnect with you is fallen flat. It's null and void. Yeah, they didn't think that you had the inner strength that you do. They don't want you to realize you have all the tools in your spiritual treasure chest to handle this effectively. All you need to do is take a step back and take a look at it with fresh eyes. Mhm. Fly above and beyond your day to day, your thoughts, to observe them from a bird's eye view. Quieting the mind and detaching from your thought patterns puts you in a better position to take in messages from your spirit guides. And I'm picking up that they want to stop that download process from coming into you, so that way you can download those messages from your spirit guides. They don't want you having any production, no productivity. I can totally relate to this, collective, because as much as I don't want to admit it, I'm out here struggling. I've been struggling well past 3 years. I've been dealing with a very relentless energy no matter what I do to try to overcome it. I'm still here by some miracle. My spirit and my soul is tired. Just when I think I can't handle any more ends up happening. At least in the past. Little bits of changes here and there. Yeah. I'm definitely grateful for the support that I have received. But there's always been that lingering feeling in the back. Very lurking. And for the longest time, I would get excited because things would start turning around for me, things would start working out, things would start falling into place. And just enough for me to get excited, just enough for to get a smile on my heart, to get a smile on my face, to start to realize, okay, things are finally working out, things are finally, starting to be better. Maybe everything is not all lost, only to have it blow up again, all over again. And people wonder why I don't smile anymore. People wonder why I don't really talk about shit anymore, about what I'm interested in, and people wonder why I don't play anymore, like music. People wonder why I don't go after my passions and go after my joy. And then they say, "Oh, Aiden, just go after something new. Go in a new direction." So that's what I do. I go into a new direction. I get all inspired. I get to the point where everything is good, and then it falls apart. And by some fluke. And I sit there and I wonder, okay, what did I do? What did I do to make it this way? The first thing I do is take accountability. Because I know in myself, within myself, if I do not take accountability, then the cycle continues. And 9 times out of 10, I find that this usually happens outside of my control for the longest time. It's like somebody's been in the background watching me this whole time, waiting for me to step up and start building something only to make it crumble. As if I do not deserve to be happy, as if I don't deserve to create anything or any stability for myself, heaven forbid. And even now on my channel, just in the last couple days, it's been a different story because I've had quite a few more people watching. But there for almost a good year and a half, I would be lucky if I had 25 people watching. And now I'm getting up into the 30s and 40s on a good night. The most I've had watching me on my chat here is probably 140. But that only happened, what, twice? I ask my ancestors, my guides, my guards, protectors, the angels, and the divine light to witness these roadblocks, these setbacks, the sabotage that has been done on my life, as well as my collectives. I ask of you to witness this darkness for what it is, to also reveal this darkness for what it is, to also bind, banish, and obliterate the intentions of this darkness back into itself, back into its sender, back into its summoner, back unto its puppet master, back unto its wielder, back unto its manipulator. Allow all setbacks and ill intention be bound to its initiator. In my life and across the world, across humanity, across the many different timelines, the many different energies, the many different veils, in all time and place, indefinitely. Let every ill intention be met with stagnation and tiredness. And let every bit of chaos be melted away. Allow sickness to be melted away. Allow confusion to be melted away. Specifically the projections upon the innocent. Allow those that have been spellbound be released. Allow them to be freed. Allow them to be unshackled. And allow any energetic ties to be absolutely, indefinitely, and unapologetically severed. Indefinitely. And allow no reconnection, no reapplication, and any move to reconnect or administer some sort of connection to this siphoning or manipulation. Allow the puppeteer and the sender to be met with 1,000-fold torment of what they wish and bestow upon their victims. Allow this to happen in all times and space and on any timeline across this matrix. Not only in my own, but in those that are watching this video that consent and that stand with me in this. Let the darkness be officially released out of our life. Allow us to know the difference between the light and the dark. Allow us to witness the falling of the masks of the false light, because it no longer bears any power over the world going forward. I ask of a cleansing of Mother Earth and all of its innocence to be protected from harm, ridicule, manipulation, abuse, deception, and allow whoever chooses to puppeteer, manipulate, victimize, and abuse others, allow them to be stuck and allow them to be sat down with their shame and their guilt and allow it to melt their cold fucking hearts. Allow it to humble them. Allow the rains to fall and cleanse the earth of ill intention. And allow the grounds of Mother Earth to shake and swallow up any of the darkness that needs to be transmuted. Allow the storms to wash away. Allow the earthquakes to shake it away. Allow the windstorms to blow it away into oblivion. Allow the clarity and the protection to come to humanity. Allow the realization that we cannot go back. We need to move forward. As above, so below, as within, so without, and so it is. I find it rather odd there's no members on here tonight. You're really trying it tonight, Collective. I call my power back to me from any realm, anyone, anything that chooses to siphon it, chooses to block any of my prosperity or my blessings. I rebuke you. I call my power back to me. You do not have consent to be in my energy, to siphon from me. I sever and I banish any ties that you're trying to connect to any of my life force, my abundance, my purpose. I allow you to be banished from ever connecting to me again, from ever siphoning off of me again in any sort of way. May you be eradicated and sent back to hell where you belong. Well, the truth is I can't be coming on here every day if it's not bringing me some sort of income. I'm about to lose out on my phone. I'm about to lose out on quite a bit. And as much as I do appreciate the support that I have received, unfortunately, it's not enough. As grateful as I am, I'm slowly being suffocated. I'm doing everything that I can to continue to show up. But just like everything else that I've tried to show up for, it's becoming pointless. And not to say that my collective and my support team and my tribe is pointless. That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I keep showing up, and no matter what I do to show up, I'm not getting by anymore. And I know I'm not the only one going through this. I know I'm not the only one having problems or issues or challenges. It's very evident the world is going through something that really we shouldn't have to have to suffer and constantly weigh our paychecks as to whether or not it goes to bills or food. That's what ultimately has got me behind. Because of being homeless for a month and a half and having to use all the money that it was supposed to support me in that and my bills, and to try to juggle all of that. And some people out there are thinking that I need to change my habits. Well, I'm not drinking anymore. I'm not token anymore. I'm cutting back on cigarettes. I'm in the process of quitting. And the thing is, that anything that's in my storage, if I wanted to sell it, I wouldn't even be able to sell it. Because it's as if people don't have the money to buy it to begin with. And to buy it is putting my location in jeopardy and my safety in jeopardy because I am targeted. So even if I wanted to sell some things to get some money to help me to pay my bills, they ultimately want me out here losing everything. Everything that I've ever built for myself, anything that I've ever had any type of passion towards, anything that I've ever felt passionate about. I moved in to my last place, and by fluke, my guitar was destroyed. They are literally out to destroy my life. And even if I do go ghost, even if I stop posting here, somehow, some way, they still have a way in behind the scenes of finding out where I am, finding out what is going on. Because even if I was to get a job tomorrow, it wouldn't matter. Because they'd find a reason and a way to sabotage it. And apparently they don't even want me to have heart in my channel anymore. Because I'm not feeling it. Why should I bother continuing on struggling and suffering? Why should I bother anymore? I've worked so fucking hard in my life to try to make something of myself. And all it does is get destroyed. So what does it really matter? And this is why I think it's pointless. I've done a lot of work on myself. I brought myself out of the trenches. I built up my confidence. I built up my strength. Only for it to be tested and whittled away. Only for it to be constantly questioned and somehow I'm the one with the ego. It's taken me absolutely everything to even have confidence after all the abuse and the trauma that I've dealt with. And these motherfuckers think that it's funny. It's a big fucking joke to them. I'm not even sitting here, I'm not even depressed. I'm just sitting here in kind of awe of it all. Doesn't seem to matter what I do. It doesn't even seem to matter how I show up. I've done my best to not be bothered by it, to let it flow off my back, to bite my tongue. And yet these relentless fucking cowards behind the scenes continue to do what they do. All because I speak up and I tell the truth. I shine the light on what they do behind the scenes. Kind of at the point now where I just kind of want to watch it all burn. Watch them all burn and let them scream. Like, these chaos agents are definitely trying to create a dumpster fire where there shouldn't be one. We need to be focusing on bringing in the new earth energy, not creating a chaotic cesspool. Our experience means way more to the planet than this. But it doesn't seem to matter. Because for the few that do care, the majority don't give a fuck. So what does it matter? What's the point? Who really cares in the end? Eventually we're all going to be dead, so who really cares? The amount of souls that I've helped pass over, I've lost count. That's why I don't look at death the same anymore. That's why I'm not scared of it anymore. I mean, I've had guns to my head. I've had knives at my throat. I've had people threaten my life, telling me how they were going to do it. And they ended up dead themselves. And I didn't have to lift a finger. Karma took them out. I didn't have to say a damn thing. And people want to question my anointing. I'm not out here bitching and hollering and screaming about it. I'm not out here saying I'm a chosen one. I'm not out here saying I'm an earth angel. I'm not out here boasting about it, because it's not something to boast about. I don't even consider it anything to be proud of. Considering all the suffering, all the pain that I've endured. All the people I've tried to wake up. All the people that I've tried to awaken. Makes no fucking difference. They don't want to listen to it anyway. And the few that do, that actually run with it, they see the truth. Facing reality is definitely not for the weak. Because most of those cowards causing chaos, they couldn't stand one fucking day in my shoes. Knowing what I know. Knowing what's coming. And fucking right, I keep my mouth shut. There's a lot I bite my tongue on. There's a lot that's coming down the pipeline that the whole world would be in mass hysteria right now if they knew the truth. And I mean the whole world. Not a stone that has been unturned. Not 1 foot of the earth would be at peace. Mm. Buckle up, Tori. It's only the beginning. It's only the beginning. What's the thing, Andrea? I've already felt it. I already know what's coming. And the thing is, it's the stupid fucking idiot asshats at the top thinking that they're running the world, and they don't. All they're doing is creating a bigger dumpster fire. And they're still gonna lose out in the end anyway. They think they're clever, they think they're smart with their stupid ass bunkers in the ground and their big ass fucking yachts out in the ocean. Down in the Cacao Islands. Thinking that they're gonna be okay. Thinking that all this money in the world, that they got given to them. And there's certain people and certain families and certain groups and societies they're given money on a monthly basis, an obscene amount of money. And I mean an obscene amount of money a month. We're closing in at roughly about $500,000 a month just to exist. That's how sick and twisted this is. And we got people out here that actually could do a better fucking job out here, that actually have a brain, that actually have some good ideas, and they're out on the street struggling. They're out here being snaked by Larry Moe and fucking Curly. It's and then the targeted individuals and the trafficked individuals and all the kids coming up missing. To find out where they're going, and it's absolutely disgusting. It's revolting. Psychotic, asinine, sadistic. Some of these people are the ones that are getting all this money. Just for being part of a club. Thinking that they are the club and the enlightenment of the world. And that, my friend, is the false light. Thank you, Squeezy. That wasn't a strange dream at all, Andrea. That was prophetics. I've had that same dream. That's exactly what's going on, Tori. And this is the whole split. This is why the world is going through a narcissistic collapse. It's turning into an absolute fucking dumpster fire. Because people are having no other choice but to look at themselves in the mirror and see the true essence of who they are. What if you weren't waking up, Andrea? What if you were falling back to sleep? And that dream that you had was actually your waking life. I used to think that there, Tori, until they dumped my cup over. I used to be a pessimist. Is it half empty? Yeah, it's half empty. And then I became an optimist, and I started thinking it's half full. And then I became a realist, and I began to realize that it's full altogether, because it's filled with whatever it's filled with, and then the rest is filled with something other than what it is. Whether it be a liquid halfway, and an air for the second half, it's full all the way up. And if you're curious as to what I'm drinking, it's a Dr. Pepper cream soda. But Andrea, what if you're not dreaming? What if you're astral? And this is why I say that my life is a 24-hour job, because whether I'm awake or asleep makes no difference. There's always work to do. Hey, kitty. So it's looking like I'm probably going to need at least, give or take, $175, if not $200, to cover my phone bill. Otherwise, it's going to be cut off again. And then it's going to be another added $75 on top of the monthly fee. And I finally, after 5 months, finally got the billing the billing date changed, because the billing due date, or whatever, or the billing cycle, sorry, it was posted in such a way that every month I was having to pay a late charge, because it wasn't enough, and I was having to pay a late charge on top of the monthly bill. And then there was that month where it was either use the money to survive and get out of the snow and out of the storm, or pay my phone bill. And I decided, okay, I'll get out of the storm. So I ended up letting it lapse 1 month, thinking I would make enough getting out of the storm to make enough to make up for it. And that month and a half being homeless, everybody seemed to fall away. I lost my momentum. And it's all because of the past roommate that fucking betrayed me. And had I left on the day that they wanted me to leave, I would have been stranded. So I had to leave a couple weeks earlier with the previous pay. And I was just getting back into the swing of things. I was just getting my momentum back. I was starting to be able to pay my bills again. I was starting to get food brought in again. I was starting to get things working. Everything was starting to fall into place. And then I'm like, yo, can we wait at least until spring? I'll try. And then waited till the fucking snowstorm of the century to hit in order to move out. If that's not a betrayal, I don't know what the fuck it is. And then the phone got disconnected for 2 weeks. I failed to tell everyone because I really didn't want to tell anybody about it. I figured people were going to pull through for me. And all I was met with broken promises. And the ones that do support, you're not included in that. The ones that do support, you know who you are. And I'm very grateful for you. But you shouldn't have to put yourself out in order to help me. And that's the situation. No, the people that have supported me, I'm very appreciative. I'm very thankful. But apparently I'm supposed to have 11,000 people kicking it with me on this channel, and I'm lucky if I have 10 people, 10 maybe 20 people as far as members are concerned. I'm grateful for every one of them, but I have 11,000 plus 11,700. Like, where the fuck are they? Like, had I been able to be stable enough to have enough fuck you money to tell the fucking haters to fuck off and leave me alone? Had I had the money to tell my haters to fuck off? Had I had the amount of money to be stable enough to have a piece of land, to have a house on that land, to build cabins, to bring a sanctuary together to where I could actually help other people? by giving them a place to go. 11,000 people can do that. And if I had enough where I wasn't counting my fucking pennies, let alone nickels and dimes, I'd be out here helping other people. I'd be able to help my tribe out more. I'd be able to help out those that are showing up for me. I could help you out too. But the fucking haters are making it literally impossible to do that. More than once? Mm-hmm. Doesn't seem to fail, Miss Tori. I usually lose out every fucking time I try to build something for myself. Doesn't seem to matter what I do. So, Squeezy, Andrea, if there's by chance that you would like a message, let me know. Because for some degree, all I want to do is sit back in a chair and watch the whole fucking world burn. And I'd rather focus on something better. Yeah, I stopped trying to save the world. I just figure it's perfect just the way it is. What kind of rose-colored glasses are you wearing, Tori? It's definitely not perfect. Not with a nothing running rampant, trying to destroy happiness and purpose. Yeah, that's probably happening to everybody tonight, Kitty. If you're on data, or are you on Wi-Fi? Miss Tori, I'm just blessed or blind. Yeah. I can't help but giggle at that. So does anybody have any questions? $5 a day, it was 24/7. They paid you 5 hours a day. Yeah. Hi, Nat. Yeah. Yeah. You're not alone. I'm channeling Rage Against the Machine. It's probably a lymph node. Lymph nodes flare up. Specifically if you are eating a lot of junk food or toxic energies. A lot of box food will flare up your lymph nodes. And considering almost just about everything is genetically modified, doesn't really help much. But I wouldn't freak out too much. Butcher shop meat, the processed meat, yeah, stay away from it. It's all fillers. It's garbage. You might have a bunch of different flavors and that kind of thing, but it's garbage. It's not good for you. But if the butcher's actually doing it justice and there's actual steaks or, decent slices of meat, that's a different story. But even so, nowadays, you don't know what it's pumped with. And considering what they've been putting in the McDonald's meat, it's just downright scandalous. I'll never look at fast food ever the same ever again. So donations to Hipsy are greatly appreciated. Donations to PayPal are greatly appreciated. Donations to YouTube are greatly appreciated. It all trickles down. And I do thank you for your support. Thank you, Oak. Very celestial, central sun. Cosmo. Orale. That's a loaded question. Hanging on by a thread, a moment at a time. I was homeless there for a month and a half. And then I got to the point where I had nothing left. And a friend took me in temporarily. And it seems to be that just my essence, just who I am, just how I show up is intimidating people. And some of the people that live here with my friend, they don't like me. They don't like what I bring to the table. It seems as though they think I'm trying to take over when I'm trying to just bring balance. I'm trying to help. And they don't see it that way. So they're trying to put pressure on my friendship, which doesn't surprise me. Trying to find a different place to go. And that seems to be falling every chance I get. It falls apart. And being homeless, not being able to post on here, screwed up the momentum. Yeah, I'm on here, I'm calling out quite a bit of shit, but all I'm trying to do is bring some sort of awareness. I'm trying to still be empowered and bring empowerment to others. And it's leaving it next to impossible to focus on what I need to focus on. Because I'm always having to regulate and transmute all the shit being thrown at me spiritually. So yeah, there are major distractions. And the thing is my friends really trying to help me out here as much as they can, which I'm very grateful, 100%. I'm very grateful for my friend. And I'm doing everything to reciprocate. I'm trying to help them out so that way I'm not becoming a burden. Thank you, Andrea. Would you like a message? And Squeezy, if you're still here and you'd like a message, let me know. If anybody wants to throw a super chat at me with a question, you're more than welcome to. Thank you, Kimberly. Does that mean you would like a message, or is that a donation? Oracle or tarot? Andrea, I wouldn't worry too much about the floating shadows across your window, specifically if they're white. I do symbolize the windows in your dream as the veil between the living and the dead. So there very well could be signs from the other side coming through, and you need to pay attention. Maybe get a dream book and write them down. Sometimes it's easier to make point form of what you remember and then elaborate later. Thank you, Tori. I'm really getting a sense that they are with you. They're protecting you. They're letting you know they're there. They're letting you know they are with you. They're telling you to be strong. Yeah, I second that, Oak. They're definitely proud of what you've overcome. The fact that you keep going, despite it all. Your grandmother's also speaking on a generational curse that you've broken. It worked. There was a couple things that she was not able to alchemize while she was here on the earth plane, but you alchemized it. You made the right decisions and you dispersed that old energy. You released it. It's highly significant. We're working on Andrea right now. You're definitely on the list, Kitty. Is there any message? I'm called to pick up my tarot, Andrea. Is there any message from the white shadows? Is there any message from them? Is there anything that Andrea needs to know regarding this dream? We have the Five of Swords. It could very well be your brother that you had unfinished business with. Could have been your daughter. I don't think it was your grandmother. More so your brother. If there's any conflict that you have or unfinished business regarding him, this also could represent this could also represent some sort of alchemization of the bloodline curse. It could very well be the confirmation of that. Thank you, Oak. Tell me more, Spirit. Whatever's holding you back, Andrea, regarding the passing of your brother, you need to let it go. You need to reconcile it and move on. They definitely want you to move forward with this Ace of Wands. The Ten of Cups is very significant. They want you to be happy. They want you to continue to build for yourself, Andrea. Don't allow their passing to hold you back. Know that they are with you. The High Priestess, yeah. They're trying to tap in with you. The Page of Pentacles, they're trying to guide you through this. They're trying to bring you to a new stability. Follow the breadcrumbs. that they're leaving you. Really pay attention to your dreams. It's because there's unfinished business. There's certain things that are missing, certain missing information. Andrea, with the Six of Pentacles, you need to tap in and understand that any one-way street, you need to cut them off. So if if you've been hindered by any type of one-way street where you felt depleted, you need to tap in and understand that these are one-way street. This is no reciprocity. They're ultimately vampires. They're trying to drain you of your own power that you have within you. I'm really picking up spiritual inheritance with this High Priestess. You're being initiated at this time. You are going to be receiving the spiritual inheritance of your bloodline. Yeah, Knight of Wands. You need to move forward with passion and allow your intuition to guide you forward out of the chaos. Okay? There could be something that you're dealing with regarding a Sagittarius that's very karmic. You need to walk away from that. Whoever this karmic Sag is, they are a chaos agent. They do not have your best interest at heart. You need to focus on your Ten of Cups. The Ten of Cups is very significant for you, Andrea. Okay, well, stand in your power, recognize it, and don't allow anybody to siphon it. Don't allow anyone to disempower you. Okay? Welcome in, Renee. Yeah, because somebody's deceiving you. And your grandmother's saying somebody from work is deceiving you. Somebody at work is deceiving you. This could be the Sagittarius, otherwise known as the karmic Sagittarian. Yeah, they're trying to bring you dystopia. Nine of Cups, they do not want you having any wish fulfillment. It could very well be a Queen of Wands, a karmic Queen of Wands. Aries, Leo, Sag. You've been through hell and back with this person. Whoever this karmic fire sign is, you've been through hell and back, but you always get the upper hand regarding this person. And they're livid about that. Yeah, because you keep exposing them. And they're helpless. You could be friend zoning them as well. They could very well be a masculine and feminine manipulative energy, but they're trying to make you useless, but it doesn't happen. You always turn it around. But this Queen of Wands in reverse, she's not getting any type of wish fulfillment. It's backfiring hardcore. So I feel that very well could be those white orbs or white ghosts, shall we say, white shadows, are your spirit guides, and they are letting you know that they are there to protect you. They're there and they are showing up to get you to pay attention. And I do sense that there's going to be other messages coming through. You need to pay attention to your dreams. Okay? There will be answers coming in the form of a dream or downloads or visions, so don't question it. And this fire sign, okay, welcome in, James. This fire sign, they're livid at the fact that whatever they throw at you is not working. It's blowing up in their face. That's why they're pissed off. Because you always get the upper hand. All right, Andrea? All right, Kitty. You still here? Okay. Yeah, the Chariot. If your car needs to get fixed, I would get it fixed. What's the best blessed message for Kitty? Okay. If somebody's asking you out on a coffee date, don't bother to go. Yeah, you're gonna be ghosted. Yeah, this coffee date, don't take the risk. They're focused on everybody. They're dating multiple people. And Spirit's saying they're a cesspool. Not speaking, stonewall, not taking action. So, yeah, they're going to get you in a frozen position. Like, you're going to be frozen in time. Okay? You're better off to just not even bother to go out on this coffee date. They're going to project like they want some sort of a union with you, but they're playing in your face. And if you entertain them, they're going to have you in a position of numbness. They're deceiving you. It's repeated patterns. So this very well could be somebody from the past. Somebody that did not want to hold on to you. Spirit's protecting if you walk away. Spirit will protect you if you walk away. There's definitely history here. Yeah, they're just casting illusions. They're keeping things inside. They don't want to open up, and they're deceiving you. So if you want to go for coffee, but don't go on any coffee dates right now. And if anybody decides to say hi to you at the coffee shop, Spirit saying that doesn't necessarily count, but use your discernment. Yeah, somebody wants to keep you in the dark about something. So don't take the risk. Celibacy is a thing right now. Don't give in to pleasure, is what I'm being told. Just to walk on by. Yeah. Yeah, revealing the truth, confession, shedding light. Yeah, somebody's trying to trap you up in injustice. They're trying to open up old wounds you've healed. They want you feeling empty and running away from your feelings. Something to do with the past. They want to disregard you and ignore you and dismiss you. And it's like this is a dismiss payback. So you might have dismissed someone in the past. Now they want to come in, act all friendly just to dismiss you and pay you back. It's really petty bullshit. They're going to say that they've learned a thing or two. They're going to say that they've grown, that they're better, but they're not going to show you any proof. They're not going to validate it. They're not going to. You're not going to find any confirmations, and you're going to find out they were lying the whole time. So. What's the scoop, Spirit? Yeah, be gentle with yourself. Be gentle with who you allow into your energy, because somebody's trying to wreck the web you're weaving. So whatever you're weaving to catch your food, or something to do with work, something to do with how you survive, because a spider will ultimately weave a web to catch food, right? And it's a place where they stay other than their burrow. And so somebody wants to wreck your web, your way of surviving, your way of, yeah. Yeah. Whoever is trying to wreck your web, you do not have to be gentle with this person, because if you are gentle with this person, if you are compassionate with this person, that will ultimately bring you bad luck. This is a test as to whether or not you can stand your ground or not, and stand on boundaries. Okay, you can be gentle, but don't be stupid. Okay? Yeah, they don't want you taking action towards your passion. They didn't realize you were this clever, the fact that you'd have the strength to keep moving. The fact that you would have the strength to keep going and stand. Yeah, it may be time for you to stand for your beliefs or your truth. With strength and confidence, you are free to roam and at will and follow your path. Just be careful as to who you go to coffee with, that's all. Exactly, Oak. Very well said. That's funny, Nathaniel. You don't even have any subscribers. Why do you gotta be such a narcissist all up in my chat? Because by you saying that I sound like an idiot, just that in itself, comparing me to Simon, first of all, right? And you're telling me to be careful of how I come across because I sound like an idiot. When you, of course, are sounding like an absolute idiot. And you sound bitter. Extremely bitter. Anyway. Please know that your comment is irrelevant to me. Kitty, right now, anything more than a coffee is a coffin. Enjoy singledom for now. Embrace your empowerment. I agree with Aiden's words. I'm talking to one of my OGs. Okay, first of all, they're Nathaniel. All right. Second of all, I'm not telling them to don't be stupid. Okay? They know what I was getting at. They know exactly what I was getting at. And I don't need your recommendations. Thanks. You're being less than respectful in my chat right now. All right? You're the last person I'm going to take any advice from. Well, why are you still in my chat? I'm just giving you grace. You would have been gone a long time ago. I'll put him in timeout. 24 hours. Oh, they're timed out. He clearly doesn't know how I run things here. And that's quite all right. Yeah, just a little bit. All right. Mm-hmm. Well, I wouldn't go that far, Oak. They don't live in constant fear. I wouldn't say so. A lot of them are absolute fucking asshats. And they don't think enough to even know what fear is for some of them. It depends on which one you got. Because there's a bunch of different types of narcissists, right? And just because somebody lives in fear doesn't mean that they're a narcissist. They very well could be a targeted individual. Right? And then again, like, there are certain people that have narcissistic traits, but they're not full out narcissists. And then there's other people that are full out narcissists that are past that whole narcissistic trait. Right? So it depends on the spectrum of where they sit. And there's people out there with narcissistic traits that are out here outright empaths, but it's because they've spent their whole life with their narcissistic mothers or their narcissistic fathers or their overall narcissistic family. You are what you hang with. It tends to emulate, right? Until you can recognize and go into some sort of introspection, which narcissists don't introspect. They don't go within themselves. They don't reflect. That's one thing I've recognized. And they're extremely grandiose, thinking that their shit don't stink, thinking that they're better than everybody else. And like, they wear their ego on their shoulder like it's like a medal, right? So it all depends, really. Yeah, Oak has been quite the contender in the past. It's nice to have him back. But I'll tell you, Collective, as you recognize where you sit in the spectrum, and if you're sitting there thinking, "Oh, that you're a narcissist," chances are you have traits, because narcissists don't think. They really don't. It's very difficult for them to reflect on themselves. So if you're sitting here reflecting and you're wondering, am I a narcissist? Chances are you're not. Chances are you might have picked up a couple traits along the way from narcissistic family members. And the fact that you're actually recognizing that, and you're going within yourself to recognize and be aware of that, and you are maybe alchemizing and trying to change that, that's how you overcome it. So it doesn't make you a bad person to recognize this within yourself. And this is how sometimes sitting with shame for a while and recognizing that everybody else's opinions of you are irrelevant, because 9 times out of 10, a shitty ass opinion is going to come from a narcissistic person, because they think that they're better off, right? They feel that they are entitled and that you're entitled to their opinion, right? But if they can't introspect and recognize this about themselves and add in a couple smidges of compassion for themselves to overcome it, then they end up like Nathaniel in the chat earlier, spewing out shit that they clearly don't understand, right? And specifically because I said that, they're still watching and they're losing their absolute mind. I wouldn't doubt it. That's true, James. I agree with that. Georgia, welcome in. Michael, welcome in. You missed these sessions. Well, where the hell have you been, Oak? We've missed you too. Oak, would you like a message? Oh, okay. That's all right. Okay. Spirit, what do we got for Oak? What do we got for Oak? What's the best blessed message for Oak? What do they need to know right now? Mm-mm. Okay. Got the Five of Cups in the reverse and the King of Wands on the cut. We've got the Page of Cups in the reverse. We've got the Ace of Cups and the Hermit. But the Five of Cups in reverse is definitely alchemizing some sort of sadness. Taking a leap of faith. Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, feminine energy. You could have been dealing with one, very selfish. This could have been what you were healing. You're finding strength within you with the Strength card. The Eight of Pentacles in reverse. It's either that or they could very well could have been, you could have been pulling your energy back from this person. There's an energy here with the Eight of Pentacles about somebody losing their passion, losing their ability to move forward, losing their purpose. It's almost like retirement and not having anything to do afterwards and kind of going stir crazy. It's kind of like that post-retirement jitters, I like to call them, where it's like you're forced into retirement and then because you have to heal, or it's maybe strength wise, maybe you need to go through physio, maybe you need to go through long-term or short-term disability, something like that. But you have this post-retirement jitters where you just don't know what the fuck to do. The Pentacles in reverse. But the thing is that it's just taking a step back and seeing it at face value for what it is, and taking a moment for yourself and learning to embrace rest, learning to embrace solitude, learning to embrace calm and not so hectic, not so much chaos. It's very, very difficult when you've lived in chaos for so long and then all of a sudden it's peaceful. It's almost irritating. It's almost uncomfortable to be in the peace, in the solitude, if all you've had to deal with is chaos, right? So it's a lot to do with that too. But it's about finding a new purpose after one particular road meets a dead end. Are we going to be going back the other way and moving down another street? Or are we going to just build a new pathway for ourselves, right? Are we going to take a path that's already built for us? Or are we going to be an entrepreneur and maybe build our own pathway, right? Cut our own path through the forest. And I do feel with this Queen of Pentacles, you may have called your energy back in order to be in a restitution or a restoration. And I feel this was the best thing for you, Oak. You did this unapologetically. You did this in an energy where you didn't give a fuck about other people and what other people had to say about it. Okay? And I feel that that was really, really awesome of you because you made sure that your needs were met first. Because you know that if your needs aren't met, if you are not solid in your own essence of who you are, how can you be solid for other people? Right? Mm-hmm. Right? Yeah. Yep. And it seems like you are with this hermit out here. It was kind of like this. So you're kind of in this energy of embracing solitude, embracing your own energy, right? You're recognizing your own inner light, the fire, the passion within you. You're allowing that to be evident, but you're also making it a priority to fill your own cup with the Ace of Cups here, right? You're making sure your cup is full. You're embracing the solitude and the new environment unapologetically, right? You're not, yeah, this whole idea of putting away this whole idea of being compassionate to everyone, that makes sense, right? And with the Queen of Pentacles, this is like, um, some people call her a gold digger. Some people call her selfish. Some people call her unstable. I feel that this is just you calling your energy back. You're allowed to be a little bit selfish after everything that you've given to other people, right? And I feel this is very evident in how you're going to stand further, going further, right? And it doesn't mean that you're selfish per se, but with how and with what you have given, okay, I do feel that you have every right to be selfish. You have every right to call your energy back. You have every right to use discernment as to who and what you pour your energy into, right? Because I do sense that there was some sort of deception in the past. So you're learning how to discern. You're learning how to how to read through the veil or the mask of other people's intention. Yeah, you're nurturing the truth. And what that is doing is all of these new ideas that are coming in, these new ideas are coming in because you are nurturing the truth, right? And the thing is with that, it's also helping you end out cycles. So I think this is beautiful. I think this is really beautiful. I'm really, really happy for you. There's one snare sticking out, yeah. And you're guided. You're guided by angels. Everything is happening just as it should, Oak. So don't question it. You're on the right track. Okay? Unapologetically. Welcome in, Dot. All right. Anything else that I'm hoping at some point, Oak, that I was maybe an inspiration for that little journey you took. Because I had a feeling that a lot of the 11,000 subscribers are out healing. They're out doing their thing. And then they're starting to trickle back in every once in a while, a little bit at a time. And here I'm asking, where the hell are they? Where the hell did they go? Aiden, they're fucking healing. Give them a chance. You know, give them a chance to do what they need to do and come back. Well, I do my best. I'm doing my best. It's not an easy ask, I must admit. It's not an easy ask to do what I've been doing and to do this. It's been one heck of a journey. And to some degree, it's a journey that I didn't think it would even take me this far. It's definitely been a blessing. Despite how much bullshit that I've had to deal with along the way, and not necessarily bullshit from the tribe, because there's been a bit, mind you, but the bullshit from the haters, from the trolls, from the people that chose to misunderstand me on purpose, all this other crap, you know. But to know that I'm making a difference, that's ultimately To know that I'm making a difference ultimately is continuing to keep that momentum, right? And I know there's been energies out there that want me to quit, but I don't want to quit. I know because I'm in myself, within myself, I'm being called to be here. But the last little while, specifically yesterday, they wanted me to just outright give up. They wanted me to just close my channel down. They wanted me to get rid of my videos, blah, blah, blah. They just wanted me to up and right just disappear. It did inspire me and open me up to new ideas and concepts. I found it funny that my program teacher also used tarot cards. If it wasn't for you, I might not have been as open. Aw, thank you, Oak. Big hugs, brother. Hey there, Dola. Thank you, Marie. Thank you, Renee. The whole damn tribe. James, too. Every single one of you. Dot. Every single one of you. I'm feeling the love. I'm feeling the love. I was having a rough start. It's the first day with no cigarettes, and I've swapped out to a vape, so I'm trying that. So far, it's been interesting. Thank you, Michael. See, the thing is, just as much as you couldn't do it without me, I couldn't do it without you. Because if I was sitting here 3 years later with no members, no subscribers, just sitting here talking to myself, you know, it would be kind of pointless. It'd be more like a journal. But it's very humbling and it's very lovely to know that, you know, the tribe has made the difference. What? You quit? You quit using what? That's insane. James. Talk about going big or going home. My goodness. I'm not even going to say that shit on my channel. I don't even know what to say to that, James. I really don't. That's wild. That's all I got. That's all I got. for that. No shade, though. That's wild. It's kind of got me speechless, James. But I'll vouch for that. Smoking cigarettes literally has been the hardest thing. And for some, it's worse than those other two things you spoke of. So the fact that you use those other two things that you spoke of to quit cigarettes, that's wild. Yeah. And I can't even say it's the fact of, like, the smoking part. It's the nicotine part. It's the withdrawals part. But I figure if I get rid of the cigarette altogether and I move to the vape, it might be different. So I'm trying a different one, a little disposable for now. Because I don't want to have a refillable. I don't want to deal with that right now. I just want to deal with what I can. It's just simple. It's not hard to deal with. There's no lights that I have to worry about. There's no buttons. But I feel if I just get the cigarettes out of the way, then it's going to be a lot different. Just that in itself. And then I'll cut back on the milligrams. This one is 20 milligram. The nicotine there is 20 milligram. So yeah, I even quit smoking weed. Because I'm trying to get rid of all of the things I would smoke a cigarette with. So I'm backing off on coffee. That's the next thing. But I took out alcohol altogether. I healed it. That one I needed to heal. The weed I needed. That one was a bit more spiritual than anything. So I don't know. I might still dabble once in a while, but it's not going to be an everyday thing. Not like it's been for like forever. Like since I was 19. Try the Popeye cigarettes. Yeah, I've tried that. Yeah. But anyway, either way, I'm making my way. I'm making one step at a time. So far, it's decent, I guess. was debating on putting an oracle and my tarot together. But there's just like a slight millimeter off the card. I don't know if you guys can see that. So they're not even the same size. There's like a hair around the card. So, because that would be kind of cool to have an oracle deck and a tarot deck together. But anyway, I'm totally distracted. I guess I'm a little bit frustrated regarding the way the world is turning out. Yes, there's people waking up. Yes, people are becoming more aware. There's a lot of disclosure, an extreme amount of disclosure. And I'll tell you right now, there's more disclosure to come. And I'll tell you right now, 85% of it is going to be upsetting and very debilitating and very infuriating regarding the world. But the important thing is, when all of this comes out, we need to find a way to neutralize it and alchemize it and rise above it and learn from it, apply the lesson, and get the blessing. When we look at the land of Atlantis, and the reason why Atlantis had fallen is because narcissism actually became rampant, and they became very grandiose. And this was back when all of our gifts were intact, in alignment. This is back when we had our gifts like all the way on, where there was no restrictions. Okay? And the fall of Atlantis was because of the clashing of the darkness and the light. It was not able to be integrated together. It was not able to be balanced. There's a lot of deception, a lot of lies that tore apart the nations. And this is why we ended up in the Stone Age. This is why we ended up having to start from the beginning and come back. Right? But the more we become aware of our true potential, and the more we heal, and as we raise our frequency, our own frequency, this takes everyone else's accountability. Everybody's accountability matters in this. It's just not me, it's not you, it's not Bob down the street, it's not Timmy across the way, it's not, it's everyone. And as we all, as a collective, raise our frequency, we will bring ourselves back into that energy of Atlantis. We will definitely do that, because we've lost that vibration. We've lost that higher positive frequency due to our misunderstandings, due to the bitterness that we hold, due to the karmic retributions of the past lineage, due to our overall aspect of the bloodline curses that has kept us dormant within our gifts all these millennia. the more we raise our frequency and the more that we become more aware and awoke to the situation, and we heal that, we alchemize it, the better it's going to be for us as a collective across the world. Right now, a few shitty ass people are trying to create a huge dumpster fire to just rid it all off the planet. Right? Because they're saying too many people. But it's just the fact that there's so many people out of alignment. If we were to step into alignment, we wouldn't have to be the dumpster fire that it is. Do not be afraid. 365 times in the Bible. Yeah. As we awaken, we will undoubtedly be surprised. But we should not be afraid. The challenges we face serve to teach us, not master us, providing we don't despair. Yeah. Dumpster fires are only a distraction. Yeah. And I can't admit it, but I'll admit it. They are pretty to look at. Especially when they got fireworks in them. Not gonna lie. It is pretty. Having those fireworks go off every once in a while. The only downfall, it's too hot to get close with marshmallows. But then again, who wants to eat marshmallows off a dumpster fire? If the fire gets big enough, if you throw a marshmallow through the top part of the fire, does it come out a molding ball of inferno on the other side? I've always wondered. It goes in a marshmallow, and it comes out the other side an inferno of fireball, a molten goo. I'm not too sure, but I don't think we could get close to a dumpster fire that hot in order to test that theory. Where's the Mythbusters when you need them? Might be something for them to do on Mythbusters. Is that show even on anymore? Does that show still work? Is it still working? Or did they take it out? We're talking about a whole bunch of shit tonight. 12:34. 1, 2, 3, 4. Everything is in alignment. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3. So it's about dancing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3. And then 18 to 19 to 42 is the blast off. A smorgasbord of topics, yes. Oh, okay. Thank you, Marie. It's an AI. All of my backgrounds are AI. I have ideas for them and I just put them into the computer and yeah. You're in Eastern Canada? Are you? That's cool. Are you in Ontario or out Nova Scotia way? Dola? Oh, in Ontario. Cool. Whereabouts in Ontario? No, I'm curious. Maybe we can go for coffee. Oh, that's not too far from where I am. Um, give or take, I'm between 40 and an hour away, I think. Maybe 2 hours away, depending on what transit. Dola, if you're on Facebook or Instagram, jump in my DMs. We'll talk about it. If I ever get up to BC, I would definitely like to hang out with you too, Oak. Under the same name, yep. And it should be in my link section too. I think I have my Facebook linked in my YouTube. All right. What are we doing, Spirit? I mean, is there any more messages coming out? Apparently, I need to talk more about Atlantis. What about Atlantis? Okay. So there's apparently some new gifts coming in, I guess, to the stratosphere of this matrix regarding everyone as a collective. There's new gifts coming online. And this is why they've been so adamant about creating chaos, so that way we do not obtain these gifts. This is why they've been causing so much chaos. Is this going to get me shadow banned? Yes and no. Then why do you want me to talk about it? because it's important. It's the risk we must take. Apparently, we have 12 strands of DNA, and that is being upgraded to 24. And Spirit's saying something along the lines that it goes 12 up and 12 down. So it's the pathway to ascension and back. So in order to receive these gifts and in order to put them in alignment and online, you need to go on a journey of ascension. And it's regarding your chakra centers. It's regarding your chakras from your feet, specifically emphasis is on the feet, because that is the avenue to the whole body. But it also represents the beginning, the grounding energy. It's where the earth and your essence of who you are connect. So it needs to start in the feet. Okay? It works all the way up the legs into your root chakra, which is the chakra of creation. It's the chakra of life itself. This is why it's connected to sexuality. The earth is represented by the green chakra of the heart, because we are essence, we are in essence the heart of the earth. So we are the compassion of the earth. We are the watchers, we are the lovers, we are the caretakers of the planet. When you move through and you release all the south node chakras, when you release the resentment, when you release the anger, when you release the fear, when you release all these lower chakra energies, it puts you in alignment for your upper north node chakras. And with going through that ascension up to the crown and back down, it's as if you are completing a circuit. You're completing a current, just like electricity. And instead of your heart being a muscle, it is actually a vortex. And it's actually been proven that it's more of a vortex than a muscle. And the essence of that vortex and the way that you move through all of these centers with compassion, love, understanding. Okay? When I move through my chakras, I find that they move at their own pace. I can't rush it. Exactly, Oak. This is not something that you can race through. Thank you for mentioning that. It's not a race. It's not a marathon. It's a journey. It's an inner knowing. But you need to start in your feet. Everybody focuses on your upper chakras, and a lot of people have an issue with those upper chakras. activating the chakras, even acknowledging the chakras at any position or any particular, right? And it's because you have lower chakras, lower south node chakras that are blocked. And this is why you need, it's very emphasis on the feet. You start in the feet. Yes, grounding is a great way to start because it allows you to connect to Mother Earth. It allows you to connect with your essence within your heart, within your body. It helps you connect to the different energy centers. Okay. Now there is a diagram on my post side. You have to scroll down. It'll have a whole bunch of chakras on it. That's the one. Go take a look at it for yourself if you need to familiarize yourself. I could very well put it on here, I think. Hang on. If it's in here. Let's see. Probably not going to see the lower chakras, but it's something. It was here from the beginning. Where is it now? I know I missed it. I went right by it. There it is. So they start in your feet and they work all the way up. Okay? This diagram is on the post side page. So if you can sort of minimize the my video and go onto the post side of my main page. Yep, that's a good way to go about it, Oak. I agree with that. 100%. Right? But this is how you activate these new gifts. This is how you activate yeah. If everybody did this and released their lower chakras and focused on this meditation, okay, this takes time. For some, it might take a week. For some, it might take a day. For some, it might take a weekend. For some, it might take a month, depending on how much shit that you're carrying and the pain, the suffering, the anger, the guilt, everything that you're having to release. You have to sit with it and show your lower chakras with your, you have to integrate your north node chakras with your south node chakras. Okay? So anything that you've ever had anger about, you have to show it compassion. You have to show it consciousness. You have to show it love. You have to show it understanding. You have to show it like you're basically integrating your uppers with your lowers to bring them together. if that makes any sense. Yes, the violet flame is another one. It's a very good way to go. Yeah, they do. But as you integrate it, you will tap into your gifts more. They will start to come online. You will start to recognize them a little bit more. This is also how you access your past life. Because as you work all the way up to this one, okay, it taps you into the Akash, which is your past life. It's the book of your past life. And this is why there's people out here that think that they're going to go and access your Akashic records. They can't, because they do not have your essence to access it. So if there's anybody out here saying, oh, I access your Akashic records, da 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 da, they're full of shit. Because they don't have access to your Akashic records. I don't give a fuck who they are. Okay? I really don't care. I don't even have access to your Akashic records. How about that? Okay? Because nobody has access. I don't care. I don't care what they say. Okay? The only Akashic records they have access to is their own. And anybody saying, oh, I have access to your Akashic records, they haven't even done this meditation yet. Yes, exactly. Good point. In order to release anger, you need to forgive those who hurt you. In order to free yourself, most importantly, you need to forgive yourself for your own offenses to yourself, i.e., negative self talk. That's very important. Very, very important. It's literally the cake topper. It's definitely significant. Okay, Spirit, what's the next topic? What else do you want me to talk about regarding this? The Hermit's Journey of finding their enlightenment. Ooh, and the King of Pentacles in the reverse. Okay. So King of Pentacles, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn energy. When you go through this meditation, it creates a bit of an instability. They don't want me to talk about this because I just had this wave of, um, of tired come over me. I rebuke it. Sandman, you are not needed here. Thank you. Go back to hence where you came. Whoever sent you, go back to them. Give them a double dose. Put them into a fucking coma, please. The King of Pentacles energy, when you go through these meditations, when you go through these situations, there is a slight instability. This is why it's very important for you to ground. Okay? They are literally wanting you to feel unstable, feeling out of whack, out of alignment when you do this. Okay? This is why you need to ground. This is why it's extremely important for you to ground when you are doing this meditation. Otherwise, it's going to be that much more difficult. Okay? Yes, grounding is very critical. It's not only critical in the grounding aspect, but it's not only recognizing your own light, but it's utilizing it to move you back up again. It's applying the lesson to receive the blessing. Okay? The instability that you feel is the breaking away of the past matrix, the past paradigm. It's supposed to break away. But the grounding helps you to stay within the essence of who you are and remember that it's okay, that it's going to be fine. Once you recognize your inner light on this solitude hermit journey, okay, the King of Pentacles energy starts to turn back up around. You become stable because you recognize on this journey when you have nothing else, no distractions, nothing else holding you back. When you go into solitude, you recognize your energy compared to the earth, compared to others. Okay? Because of this, you start dysregulated, you become regulated, you become grounded, you become stable. Okay? And once that happens, it brings you into recognize your inner light and allowing that inner light, the electromagnetic frequency of your heart, the neurotransmitters in your brain, as above, so below, to be activated. As above, within your head, within your crown, so below, within your feet. Within the grounding of the earth. Okay? Which will allow you to be guided by your inner light. Okay? This will help you to walk away. 8 of Cups in the reverse. Well, no, it's right side up. This will be available for you to walk away to brighter horizons. Okay? 9 of Pentacles. To help you find independence. Because you will be in alignment. This will also help you to step into your purpose. Your true essence of who you are and why you are here. Which also brings about your independence. It brings about your own sovereignty. It brings about your own ability to move forward, leaving what no longer serves you behind. Yeah, and allowing your intuition and your gifts to guide you forward. It gives you the momentum, it gives you the ability to move forward with intention. And it not only does that, but it helps you alchemize the pain and the sadness and the ridicule and the judgment and the guilt and the fear. You alchemize all of that within that meditation. You end up going in a little bit fucked up, and you come out knowing exactly who you are, knowing why you're here. One of the things that pisses you off, though, okay, is that you actually recognize the manipulation for what it was. Okay? You end up recognizing the manipulation, the deception. It's like a dawning. Like it dawns on you. It's overwhelming. I've had it happen to me. You recognize that you did deserve better. But the divine is guiding you. And you're able to step into your true essence of who you are as a warrior. Not only that, but your masculine and your feminine traits come into union. You have your own inner union with your masculine and feminine energy. You become whole as a person because of you integrating your heart and alchemizing your south node and your north node, and you're putting them ultimately together. It gives you the ability to stand on truth and move beyond the past. We've been constantly caught up in our head of who is our soulmate, who is the person that we need to be with, and we're constantly bombarded with this idea that we need to search for our partner. Okay? When it's not meant for that. That's a part of the distraction. Because we're not meant to find our partner while being disconnected from the divine. It just doesn't happen. This is why marriages fall apart. This is why everything that they chose to focus on regarding a relationship, the white picket fence, the Joneses, they would sooner focus on that, right, than actually being in alignment with themselves in order to be drawn together, okay, by the divine. That's what differentiates a karmic couple or a karmic soulmate to a divine soulmate. A karmic soulmate, you choose yourself. The divine soulmate is brought together. The divine is of the orchestration of that divine relationship. But first you must recognize the divinity within you before you can recognize the divinity within someone else. And this is why healing is so important. Everybody out here looking for their twin flame. No, you don't want your fucking twin flame. Because it's a mirror. Okay? It's a karmic mirror to allow you to see yourself in another person. Do you really want to date yourself? Makes no sense. The only thing a twin flame does is it brings you into... It ultimately gets you to choose you. It gets you to recognize where you went wrong in your life. And this is why these twin flames are here. To shine the light on how much you are so fucked up and so distracted by shit that you should not be distracted by. And this is why it's so inevitably important to focus on yourself. And it's a daily journey. It's not a marathon. It's not a race. Just like Oak said, you can't race through this. The more you race through it, the more you trip up. And the more chaos you endure. It's about patience. It's about integrity. It's about intention. It's about your intuition. It's about the divine connection that you have. Because it all matters. Otherwise, you miss out. 2 of Wands to the 3 of Wands reverse. This is why you need to start with loving you. This is why you need to be able to integrate your heart space within your purpose. If you do not love what you do, you're in the wrong direction. If you do not love what you do, you are moving in the wrong direction. Do I need to say it a third time? This goes back to go out and get just a job. It's not about just a job. It's about what you're called to do. If everybody was to do what they were called to do, divinely called to do, this world just in itself would change. The only thing is, though, too many people are scared to weather the storm. And they would just rather walk away and not look at it. They'd rather not face it. And that's the biggest problem. It's not an easy ask to go on this journey. But I guarantee you it's worth it. It's extremely worth it. And the biggest frustration that I have is that we have more cowards out there than strong individuals. And the cowards would rather be distracted by bullshit than focus on becoming the best version of themselves. But that requires them to go within themselves, to connect to the divine. But they choose to overthink it. They choose to second guess their intuition. And they choose to fail to take that leap of faith with the Fool reversed. Which ultimately brings the twin flame in to shake them up a little bit. But eventually there's support that happens. There's a reciprocity once you step into alignment with it. There's definitely reciprocity. There's an equal give and take on a divine level, on a very magical level, considering this is the Six of Pentacles. And this also helps you to resolve any issues, any conflict within your psyche, within your mind, within your body. Because any type of conflict you have within your mind or in your heart, whether it be heartbreak or trauma or anything like that, the more you face that, the more you alchemize that, the less ill that you are. Okay? I'm going to tell you this right now. All along my whole arms, okay? For quite a long time. All up on top, all along the back part of my arm, okay? On both arms, okay? On my chest, okay? All here. On my shoulders, on my neck, all the way up into my beard, okay? There was a bit of a rash, kind of skin condition I had. Since I've done the healing, it's gone away. Naturally. And it was all stress-induced. But it's all gone. It hasn't flared up in months. And I'm extremely ecstatic about that because it was getting me self-conscious to the point where I didn't want to take my shirt off. And it wasn't itchy. It was just red and very noticeable. And it got to the point where, like, I didn't want to, I was starting to be a little bit more self-conscious. When I started healing a lot of the trauma, I just naturally, it was like a breeze. It was just naturally, I cut out alcohol. I didn't have to fight it. Okay? Quitting weed, I didn't have to fight it. Quitting junk food and all this other shit. Like, yeah, I might partake in a chocolate bar every once in a while. I might partake in a bag of chips every once in a while. Maybe a bottle of pop every once in a while. But it's not an everyday thing anymore. Right? And even aches, pains, like headaches, you name it. Right? So if we heal the mental and the emotional, the physical is where that emotional and mental come from. Because it manifests physically within our body through different portions of pain, through different avenues of pain. Like, for instance, my hips, they still hurt. I still have a bit of issue with my shoulder. I have issues with my legs and my ankles every once in a while. And it's because I'm dealing with those particular areas, those particular energies. Whether it's being projected at me from another person, or I'm dealing with it internally. Either way. If you take some time and you recollect and you think, okay, well, I don't know why let's say my ankle's hurting, because I've already alchemized what I have fear with, or whatever else the case, or hate. I forget which one it is. But I've already alchemized it within myself. So if you've cleared that energy out, okay, harboring unforgiveness, your body keeps the score. Yeah. You got a double pneumonia from harboring unforgiveness. Yeah. I believe it. I believe it. Yeah. Purposely healing mental, emotional, psychology, non-stop. We belong to organically heal simultaneously. Our physical elements. Yeah. And that's the thing. Once you clear out all that negative energy, you very rarely get sick. You very rarely get sick. But you gotta try to keep yourself regulated within that energy. Mm-hmm. 100%. So, this is definitely an evening of gems. Chatting about gems. And a lot of the times you're not going to read this in books. But yeah, once you alchemize, once you... Spirit saying 3 times. Usually we... Is it 3 or 4? Oh. The human soul come in to the earthly plane 5 times. Okay? We come through, usually through an earth sign energy, so Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. And then we come through as an air sign, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. Then we come through as a fire sign, Aries, Leo, Sag. Then a water sign, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio. Okay? And then as we finish out these zodiacs, we begin our soul ascension within the 5th element. Okay? This is where we ascend from these other 4 elements into spirit. Just as we do that as an individual and as a soul, so does the earth. The earth has been through 4 different worlds already. We are currently moving through our 5th world. This is why we are currently going through a spiritual war. Because we've already been through a war of water, we've been through a war of fire, we've been through a war of air, and we've been through a war of earth. Regarding earthquakes, hurricanes, fires, and floods. Now we are moving through the 5th element, which is spirit, which is the Akash, which is the ultimate ascension to our higher selves. So micro, macro, just as our body does the same thing, so does the earth. In order to reach our Akashic records, okay, we need to go through that chakra ascension. Okay, from the feet up to the crown and back down to the feet. And then back up to the crown, back down to the feet. Back up to the crown, back down to the feet. Each time you do this, You access the past life. Okay? The situation is that each time you do this ascension, it's going to be different. It's going to be a different meditation because you're going to be understanding it in a different light. Because each journey that you take to your crown, you're going to learn different things. You're going to reassess your different situations that you've had in your life. Okay? You're going to clarify them. You are going to assess them again. You're going to review them again. But as you do this, this happens through your memory retention. This happens to your trauma, right? You start with things right in your face and you move back to the earliest age that you can remember. And as you do that, other doors that you've had closed will open that you've totally forgotten about. And this is where it gets to the King of Pentacles in reverse. Because some of these doors that you've closed, you've forgotten about them. And then you're all of a sudden you're going to open them. And then you've opened a floodgate that is like, holy fuck. You need to continue moving forward. You need to ground and continue forward. This is where it's difficult. Okay? However, as you go through this and you get to your earliest memory, it gets to the point where you remember by being in the womb. Okay? You remember before the womb. And this is where you are at your crown. This is where you get to the point where you are at that position where you're sitting there and you're looking at your life essence of your soul and you're about to go down into earth plane. This is where you are remembering your journey. This is remembering your whole aspect of, okay, why am I going to earth and what is the whole fucking program? What am I supposed to learn? And da-da-da-da-da. You're going to learn your story. You're going to learn your situation. You're going to learn why the fuck you're here in the first place. But the whole thing is, when you step into this earthly plane, you go through the great forgetting because you're not supposed to remember that. It's part of the test. It's part of the journey. Because if you were to remember why you're here and what you're here to do right from the get-go at a 2-month-old baby, you're going to be sitting there, da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, let's go. Let's fucking go already. I'm only 2 years old, but I got shit to do. Like, it's not going to happen. Okay? So you have to grow into this. You have to grow into the understanding. You have to grow into the simulation of the matrix in order to be able to crawl. Be able to wipe your own ass. Be able to feed yourself. Right? In order to be able to read, in order to be able to observe, in order to be able to use all your senses and tap into your psyche, to tap into your Akash, to represent, to notice your chakras. You're not going to know all this at 5 years old. You're not going to know this at 2 years old. Right? You can barely fucking hold your head up at 5 months, let's say. So this is why you've been given the great forgetting until you're at a level of consciousness that you can rise above it. All right? Thank you, Sandy. But yeah. Any questions? Yes. We've all been fucking duped, Sandy. So yes, people are going to be extremely upset. I don't necessarily think that breath is what brings us presence. Specifically, I feel that it's our heartbeat. Because when we recognize our heartbeat, we recognize our life source, life force, right? Without our heartbeat, everything else ceases to exist. But where does that heartbeat come from? It comes from the electromagnetic frequency. It also is tied with the brain. As above, so below. As within the mind, so in the heart. So with that integrated, this is where the life source itself. And then we have people that say, I don't believe in God. Well, God is within you. Because without God, without source energy, you would cease to exist. So to bring us back to the present, I would feel that it would be your heart. What's that? You asked if we had any questions. So, would you advise anyone, myself included, who's being attacked nonstop to continue to go within, ground, and work with your feelings, the wide range mixture? Yes. Do it anyway. They're trying to distract you. And the more you do the healing, the stronger you get. And this is why they continue to strike on you. Okay? This is why. Because once you get to the point where you're unbothered and you're unfuckwithable, because you will get to that point. Once you heal your trauma, once you realize and recognize who you are, then they can't fucking come in and they can't dysregulate you. If they try to dysregulate you, you'll snap the fuck out. You're not going to quiver away in a victim mentality. You're going to snap the fuck out and you're going to probably punch them in the throat. Like, it's a totally different ball game. And you'll find that you are now isolating not out of fear. You're isolating to pretty well save their life. You're isolating to keep the peace. Because you're about to pop off. Right? Because you're not about to be stepping into that victim mentality once you alchemize it. Once you rise above it, no fucking way are you putting yourself in that position again. You'll sit there and you'll take it from time to time because you're giving people grace. But they in for a rude awakening if they think they're going to corner you and get away with it. Yeah. A healed empath is, or a healed Heoka empath, or even a dark empath, you don't mess with them. You don't mess with them. A lot of these people are out here saying that they're a Heoka empath and they're a dark empath and all this shit, but they're not even close to that. Because Heoka empaths aren't out here bragging about it. Dark empaths are not out here bragging about it. Okay? Like, chosen ones, a real fucking chosen one, a real light worker, a real earth angel, they aren't out here bragging about it. They keep that to themselves. Right? So if there's anybody out here bragging about being a certain type of certain dynamic or whatever, they're not even close. You are the creator of your own life. Yeah. And just keep moving forward, Marie. Keep moving forward. You're going through it not as a victim anymore. You're going through as an observer. You're going through as a warrior to learn from it, to alchemize it, to rise above it. You've already sat there in the victim mentality already. You've already won your fucking t-shirt, got your bumper sticker, got your fucking plate of cookies, the whole fucking shebang. Now you're going in for your sword. And that's the difference. When you feel that you are stepping into this energy where you're feeling through your trauma and your emotions, and you feel yourself slipping back into the when you're feeling that you're slipping back into your victim mentality, you call your power back. You remember why you're doing it in the first place. Mm-hmm. Yep. You got to give yourself grace. Celebrate the dash, not your death. And the dash represents the time between the day you were born to the day you pass away. Celebrate the dash, DASH. the dash in between your day of birth and your day of rest. Um, I wouldn't say that far. There's really no beauty in the breaking. It's actually kind of tragic. It is kind of devastating. See, if someone was actually to go through a half-decent life without having to break, they could actually recognize their divinity quicker than the ones that have to go through the trauma and have to fight through the dysregulation. And this is why the Matrix has made it so incredibly fucking difficult for us to heal and to empower ourselves, so that way we could not ascend. And this is why it continues to dish out the fucking chaos, because it keeps us distracted and it keeps us from being able to ascend to our highest divine individuals, to recognize that we are the miracle, we are the blessing. I mean, it's not thinking grandiose, that's divine. That's why the mother and the father are so emphasized at trying to they are so emphasized at trying to protect their young from trauma and tribulations in order to keep them from being hurt or dysregulated. A seed isn't grown through darkness. A seed is grown by light. But a seed also goes through a death and a rebirth, through going back to the earth and becoming anew again. Think of a peach. It needs to be grown from a tree. But within that peach, within that essence of the peach, it has a seed, which will grow another tree. But the tree first needs to be in order for that peach to become itself. But it's the transition through the life, the death, and the rebirth that brings you to your fullest potential. Sweet dreams there, Oak. I'll be heading there soon too. I'm just enjoying myself so much right now. But where does the seed comes from, Marie? That's the question. It comes from the flower that already blooms. The seed is what is left over from the flower. But I get the quotation, I get the whole idea. I get it. I'm playing devil's advocate right now. I'm going a little deeper than just the seed in the darkness. In order for that seed to get into the darkness, it needs to come from somewhere. It ultimately comes from the divine. The essence of the mother and the father. You going to sleep too, Marie? But then it comes back, what comes first, the chicken or the egg, right? That's a trick question. The divine comes first. Because without the divine, without spirit, we have nothing. The ability of consciousness to create. It is the idea of. Because without the idea, we would cease to exist. And that is the spiritual part of the 5 elements of creation. Earth, air, fire, water, and spirit. We are ultimately all those elements all made into one. Earth is the skin. Air is the air we breathe through our lungs. The fire is the passion and intention and purpose and transformation of it all. As well as the water is the blood. And the spirit, all mixed in with it, is the divine. So, yes, it makes a noise. Thank you, Oak. It was great hanging out with you. Please come back. And members, there will be a members live tomorrow. So if you haven't stopped in to become a member yet, you might want to go join and become a member. There's many different price points. All members are invited. We'll be having a members live tomorrow. Go to the main page. Go to the three little dots in the upper right corner. You click on View Channel. You click on Membership. And then there should be a Join button there. You'll also get access to my music on the members side. I don't know. Spirit hasn't told me yet, but usually it's a divine calling situation. What's the closing message for this evening? Be gentle with yourself. What's the closing message, Spirit? Sometimes it's good to just stop and be gentle. You're going through a rebirth. This is your rebirth. It's not meant to be a race. So call your power back and remember who you are, collective. The closing message, Spirit. It's in the future, a few days or weeks, few months, direction forward. Your innocence, your growth, your integration of your inner child. My inner child's definitely hanging out tonight. It's about patience, despite the trials and tribulations, recognizing the possible cycles that you can possibly renew. It's about recognizing these cycles so you don't repeat them. Withstanding the storm, withstanding the darkness, to recognize and remember. There's distractions. They're trying to get you to be out of control and lack of vision throughout this transition. But tap into your emotions and know that luck is on your side. Despite how they question your spirituality or question your intuition, and your ability to be productive, sometimes not being productive, sometimes stopping, sometimes taking a moment to just rest isn't a bad thing. And it doesn't mean that you're not persevering, and it doesn't mean fuck off, Sandman. It doesn't mean of your lack of vision. It doesn't mean that you're not going anywhere. It doesn't mean that you're not being productive. Sometimes rest is necessary. Sometimes showing compassion and forgiveness for yourself is what matters. Ultimately, luck is on your side, collective. Despite it all, luck is on your side. Remember who you are. That's half the battle. And everything else taps into place. Sweet dreams, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me this evening. The beginning was a little bit nerve-wracking, very distracting, but we got into some pretty good information. Past people thought it was fun to retaliate and take revenge on you. They thought it was fun. These people were left behind. So they retaliated. They tried to plot payback. They're trying to punish you. They're trying to get even. They thought they were funny. But now they know they're losing out. Somebody's not blind to the truth anymore. Somebody's standing corrected. Somebody's done with the pettiness, the rumors. Somebody's done with talking behind your back. They want to speak about it. They want to talk about it. Somebody wants to ask you how to get to the next level. But this is somebody you left behind, collective. And I think you left them behind for a good reason. They're out here trying to distract you from what you've already been called to do. This is why it's not working. This is why you continue to be focused. And this is why you continue to move forward, regardless of their irrelevance. Some of these people aren't meant to come with you. Some of these people are being left behind. This is part of their karma. It's not a you problem, it's a them problem, but they're trying to make it a you problem by retaliating. And all they're doing is digging themselves a hole. And now all of a sudden they stand corrected and they want to come in and they want to apologize. Now they're feeling guilty for not treating you better. But now they have only themselves to blame. But again, collective, that's a them problem, not a you problem. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Because everything's going to tap into place where it needs to. On that note, tribe, I love you. You're awesome. Keep going. Keep up the good work. I believe in you. And yes, I still believe in me. And I still believe in my channel, and I'm not quitting. No matter how much they want me to quit, I'm not quitting. Right? It's good stuff. First day on the vape. So far, so good. Anyway. Yeah, this one raspberry, blueberry raspberry. And then I have a dragon fruit. Dragon fruit strawberry. I'm hoping it's going to at least last me a week. Because this will be cheaper than cigarettes if it does. I just gotta only use it when I'm nicking. I just told you the flavor. Blueberry, raspberry, and a dragon fruit. Dragon fruit and strawberry. Yeah, I think I'm going to try the strawberry cream and the vanilla next time. I like vanilla. I'll pass on the tobacco vanilla. I'm not doing the vape to swap over. I'm not doing it to compensate. I'm just doing it to get the cigarette out of my life. Because once I get the cigarette out of my life and I can walk away and I know that I'm not having to worry about it, I'm going to be cutting back on the vape to nothing. I'll probably just get the flavor vape after a while. But I'm going to minimize the tobacco or the nicotine. I'm hoping to only be on the vape for maybe 6 months, if that. Maybe a couple weeks, couple months at the most. Is there a digital thing that shows you when it's empty? No. I hope so. I don't want to be using no freaking H or the F to be getting off of this shit. That's just dumb. No shade though. But I get it. I get why you had to do what you gotta do, but I don't want either one of those. Kind of defeating the purpose. In my situation at least. But anyway, kids, be good to yourself if you cannot be good at it. Yes. Mm-hmm. But the thing is, these ones are made to where the battery dies before the fluid runs out. That way I'm not getting a dry hit. So, I don't know. I guess I'll figure it out. But anyway, thanks again for your support, collective. Please be good to yourself. Sorry it wasn't all that much of an open table, but we did talk about a lot of good things. We'll see what happens in the next couple days. If you have it in you and you have availability to donate to the channel, I could really, really use the help right now. Preferably through donations at Hipsy. As YouTube, I have to wait for next month. If I get donations up and over $50 over at Hipsy, then I'll be able to take it out and put it to my phone bill. It's about $200 behind, give or take. After my storage, I might have maybe $100 and some odd dollars to put into my phone. So it's like that 170 or whatever, 107, I forget what number it was. That could very well go to food. I'm happy for you, James. But yeah, if you can help me out, it'd be great. Preferably through that or PayPal. All the links are in the description box. Members, we have a members live tomorrow. I'm not sure what time. Probably the same time, usually in the evening, around between 8 and 9, give or take. Same time, same batch station. And if I feel called to come on as a public subscriber live, I will over the weekend. I might come on Sunday. So we'll see. One step, one breath, one moment at a time. Sweet dreams, everybody, and thanks for joining me, and I'll catch you in the next video.